I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist.
Mhm.
Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things. Yeah.
A lot of these baseball fans go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for
in St. Pete
us.
when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruth, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
Sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
We're ready.
Okay, good morning. We'll call to order the August 15th, 2024 Youth and Family Services Committee. We could do a roll call, please.
Driscoll, Curtis,
Here.
Montanari,
Here.
Muhammad.
Here. Thank you. And Councilmember Floyd is here as our alternate until Councilmember Driscoll is here. Okay, we have an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval of the agenda.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have approval of the October 19th, 2023 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for those minutes.
Move approval.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. As you might be aware, I am currently not the chair of this committee, but I have been the longest standing member of YFS, so I open the meeting. We do need to select a chair and vice chair for this committee. And we'll open it up for nominations. I will say, just for ease, I'm happy to do it, but otherwise, if you'd like to do it, I'm okay with that too. So I'll open it up for nominations for chair and vice chair.
I want to nominate Councilmember Muhammad
Okay.
for chair.
Any other nominations?
I'd nominate Councilmember Gerd, Vice Chair Gerdon.
Oh, okay. You can just say you don't want to accept.
You don't have to accept the nomination.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I
Yeah.
don't want to accept that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I appreciate it though. Thank you.
Any other nominations? All right. So we'll nominate I guess I'm nominated. And so all in favor of Vice Chair Gertis being the chair of YFS,
In third person.
I guess. That's weird. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Nominations for vice chair.
I'll nominate Councilmember Floyd.
I'm the alternate.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll nominate Councilmember Montanari.
Councilmember Montanari will only be here for one more of the two meetings. I'll nominate Councilmember Driscoll.
Sure. Yeah.
okay.
She can't. She can't say yes or no.
She gets it.
Yeah.
And that was actually a part of my not accepting the nomination because I'm only going to be here.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor of Councilmember Driscoll? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We'll rock and roll right into new business.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
I thought it was just for the rest of the year.
It is, but we're going to have at least two more meetings.
Okay.
Yeah. New business for today, a discussion on reinstating social action funding for non-homeless initiatives. And we're joined by Amy Foster, Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, and Helen Rhymes, Social Services Planner. But this was a referral from Chair Deborah Fix-Sanders, and so I'll turn it over to Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
I wanted to have a conversation in regards to social action funding. I guess for many of us that have been around for a long time, social action funding used to be allocated to a lot of different social service organizations throughout the city of St. Petersburg. And over the years, it has all transitioned into homelessness, preventing homelessness, and it is very, very much needed. So this discussion is not about trying to take any of that money away, because we just saw, being a part of a social allocation committee, that the $700,000 that we finally gotten up to still isn't enough for what it is that we need to get done. So I made a request that we have a discussion as to what we're doing now. And I'm going to also make another formal request as to how we can still generate or find dollars for other organizations outside of the homelessness arena. We do have the youth development grants, but only organizations with youth groups can apply for those dollars. So there is no other recourse for city assistance other than, like the mayor's dollars that he allocates to. But, there was a time when organizations, there's so many that are out there trying to struggle, and the competition is strong for dollars. And again, I sat on social allocation in that $700,000 that we have now for the homelessness. We were $300,000 short of some of the needs that the city desperately needs for some of our less fortunate population. So I just asked for a presentation on what we're currently doing, and I'm going to formally ask for us to revisit a lot of the organizations that we are donating to see how we can reallocate some of those dollars to help assist. And I think it'll help too with some of the organizations that a lot of council members include in their budget priorities that we can't seem to find funding for. So, you know, I've had conversation with the administration, and, you know, I understand that there may be, you know, grant dollars that we can actually utilize. But the first step for us is to understand what we are currently using social action funding for before we go ahead and try to ask for other dollars that are out there. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here this morning. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Helen Rimes and Ms. Administrator Foster.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders, for asking us to come and share the history of this program, and certainly understand how important all of our nonprofit organizations are to council and to making our community work, right? Government can't do it all. I did want to just mention a couple of things based on exactly what you just said. There are youth development grants that are not a part of today's conversation, but are also a grant program that the city offers. In addition to that, you may remember that you participated in the opioid litigation. That grant program is coming forward to you on September 5th. So we haven't made any awards. We're bringing you all of the enabling documents for you to say, yes, we like this idea, move forward, and then you would approve those grants at a later date. So that's, again, not something we're talking about today, but it is another potential funding source that, you know, some programs can come out of. And then lastly, I want to mention to you, you know, Tom and I took a look yesterday at the non-departmental funding line item, which is spelled out in your budget book, so you can look that over. But that is about $9 million of funding for projects that council asked for. So this pot of money that is specific to homelessness right now by resolution is not the only way that organizations get funding. There are a lot of you know, important projects that council has deemed important over the years, such as Meals on Wheels and other things that sits in that non-departmental line item funding, which again totals a significant amount of dollars as well. So we're not talking about that today. We're reviewing the social action funding, but wanted to call your attention to some other things that might be worth review at a later date. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Helen Rimes.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So thank you all for having us here today. And so I'm just going to give a brief overview of how we got to where we are. And I had to do a lot of digging all the way back to 2000, but I was able to kind of put some things together and figure out how we got here. And so I grouped this together mostly because of things that happened in years after. So from 2000 to 2006, we partnered with Pinellas County Social Action Funding, and it was over $1 million, but the city's portion of that was $387,000, $387,346. So I tried to dig down into those programs. This is where we were funding all social service agencies. So we partnered with the county. They had their pot of funding. We did not mesh dollars, but we partnered on the process in and of itself. And so in 2007 is where we started seeing our unhoused population. They were more visible. They were out on the steps of City Hall. They were everywhere they were, they had all of their things, their items with them as well. So they were very much more visible in our city. And so at that time, we still partner with Pinellas County, but we funded $599,000 and then an additional $100,000 specific to homeless prevention programs because our unhoused neighbors were so visible, and we were trying to really figure out how we can help them at that time. So in FY08, you know, the bottom kind of fell out. There were budget reductions, and so funding was lowered to $426,000. And council made the decision on what those programs were for. We kind of suspended the committee, the Social Services Allocation Committee in and of itself, and these were the funding priorities. And I dug down into some of the programs that we were funding at that time, how we got to the 426,000, and there were some aging adult services, childcare, emergency service. This is actually where they had a mini grant, and at that time you could not apply for the mini grant and social action funding, but the mini grant was only for $5,000. There were 3 agencies that applied for it: New Frontiers, Operation Attack, and St. Petersburg Pregnancy Center. And New Frontiers was one of the ones that was the only one that got the mini grant at that time. And then all other agencies applied for the additional funding. And let me just say that the mini grant was for agencies that had an operating budget of $200,000 or less. So I would guess, I was not in this department at that time, but I would guess at that time they were trying to really kind of help some agencies that were having some hard times as well, but smaller agencies. And so in 2009, the Social Services Allocation Committee was reinstated, and we did not partner with Pinellas County. But these are the 4 priorities that we had, and we funded 26 agencies and 33 programs. And of those 33 programs, I think the largest funding amount was to Pinellas Opportunity Council for $48,500. And adult services being emergency financial assistance to households. The smallest one was $1,500 for deaf and hearing. That was the agency. So in 2010 is when the priority for funding kind of shifted. That didn't happen in the resolution, but as a committee, the decision was made that homeless services and homeless prevention services would be the priorities. The Social Services Allocation Committee recommended funding caps. And so those were the same priorities for 10 through 12. And then in 16, council passed a resolution that would be a housing first community. And so still homeless services and homeless prevention services were the priority. In 2019, that resolution was really codified, or the 2016 resolution was codified. And we said that all of this funding would follow the priorities of our COC. And so our continuum of care says that they vote on what our priority populations are in our homeless services area. And so we followed that now based off this 2019 resolution, and made all of the funding competitive, because at different points, funding was not competitive for certain agencies that we felt or that the committee felt were really a foundation. And so in 2020, the priorities for funding were used for programs based off that housing first approach, low barrier approach, really huge emphasis on low barrier at that time. Of course, 2020, COVID happened, so we had to re-strategize, really kind of figure out where our unhoused population was going to go, how we were going to help them, best serve them so that we can keep them safe. And so we really looked for agencies that used a low barrier approach. The funding caps actually changed to $50,000. That happened in 19. And then from 21 to 24, the funding has increased up to $700,000. So it's increased up to $700,000. Over the years, it kind of crept up. Some years we would take a resolution A and B to council. A being the amount that we were allocated that year, and B being sometimes $20,000 more because the committee just couldn't get to that bottom line. And council always approved B. And so then the next year we'd have just that little bit more funding. And then in FY23, the biggest change was that the committee said $25,000 minimum and $100,000 maximum for the grant allocations. And so that really increased the amount of funding that agencies can apply for. And I guess for us, it kind of felt like it really make an impact. You know, $50,000 is a small amount. We asked for a lot of documentation for that amount, and we were hearing from agencies that the $50,000 wasn't enough at that time, and so the committee decided to increase that maximum to $100,000.
Another comment I'll add here is, you know, I think another portion of why factor why this amount was changed to $100,000 is this was during COVID times, right? And also kind of, I like to call the workers' rights times of Great Resignation. And in order, you know, back in the day, a social worker made $25,000, $30,000. And during COVID times, that really changed. And so in order to even fund one staff position, right now it costs about $100,000. So it's not $100,000 salary, but when you have a $60,000 salary and you add benefits on top of that, you know, so that was a big part of this change, is that we were finding more and more agencies saying, well, I can't even employ a person for $50,000. And not only do I need somebody to do the work, but I'm employing people to do all of the, you know, request of, you know, the funding back end piece of making all of that reimbursement work. And so that was a part of the reason here as well.
And so currently through social action funding, I added the programs that are currently funded this fiscal year. And see, they are all working with our unhoused neighbors in some capacity. This is all part of the priority populations that our continuum of care has approved for us. And these are the positions and or operations, the use of the funds there. So you can see, like, for the top one, that's 10 staff positions at $79,000 is what their request was for. $700,000 is not a lot, as Council Chair Fixander said, in the grand scheme of what the ask is. Usually it's over $1 million. And so this is our current department funding. Our division funds, as you can see, Safe Harbor. We fund Catholic Charities. We just increased their funding this fiscal year, 2-in-1. We do rapid rehousing. So I won't read them all off, but what I will kind of highlight is Meals on Wheels is outside of our homeless services. It's probably one of our only ones that is outside of homeless services. But prevention funding, we did just do $250,000. We did an RFP. Directions for Living has those funds. They can use it up to 3 years for St. Pete residents who are at 120% AMI. And need some help with their rent and or utilities. And then we have our childhood homelessness, and I kept the scattered site family shelter in there only because it's under our division, but we do not oversee it. But just to see that $2.5 million that we put into scattered site family shelter will go away this year. And so that is 25 up to 28 beds sometimes of shelter that will go away in our community for our St. Pete residents. And so I added, I don't know why that changed that way, but I added Pinellas County social action funding in here, just so you can see the difference in how much they fund. And so it's $1.7 million for FY25 was available. They just went through their process. I pulled this, you know, from their site as to get their latest information. Applicants could either apply for a large award or a small award, and a maximum of 5 large awards were would be given out, with the remainder of the funding allocated to small awards. And I also added their priorities. So this is their priorities for funding: food and nutritional service, homeless and prevention and supportive service, healthcare, and then supportive services for our aging population, which is increasing in our area, our unhoused neighbors. So with that, that's the end.
Committee members. Any questions or comments?
Chair, if I may,
Yeah,
maybe
of course.
while council gathers their thoughts on this, you know, Helen and I've had some preliminary conversation about the resolution, which is the enabling document that those grants come from. I do think there's probably some tweaks that could be done to that since 2019. We're not prepared to bring that forward to you today, but that's a future conversation that we could have with you. And so, you know, I think we could take a look at that. I think one of the other things that I'll just mention from having sat on a lot of different committees, I think this is the only committee that council has, and I could be wrong about this. So if somebody sat on a committee and seen something different, where the committee kind of dictates the requirements instead of staff, who are the subject matter expertise folks dictating the requirements, and then them sitting and making the decisions about, based on those parameters and bumpers, here's where the funding will go. And that's a change that I could see possibly being something we would look at and just would allow us a little more flexibility. The committee only meets once or twice a year. There are times that things emerge in the middle of the year, such as the law that passed this year. We weren't able to, you know, make changes to the resolution in time. And so the funding went forward based on the resolution. The committee weighed in with the things they thought were important. And so I think it would allow us a little more flexibility if staff drove that process versus the committee. And again, the committee should still be a group of volunteers that are, you know, made up of folks that serve, maybe have lived experience, other things that make the decisions on who gets the funding that you then ratify, but maybe staff provides some directions on the parameters and criteria. I think that may be something we would want to look at moving forward as well.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I was going to say something kind of similar. I'm happy to look at the resolution and see what staff would suggest and what we would hash out on it. I think one thing I wanted to focus on was spending more time focused on impact. And I think that kind of dovetails into what you're describing with staff. Like if, we're not out there like interacting with these organizations on a constant basis the way staff is. So I'd love to have more information on, or maybe more analysis as time goes on the impact that we're getting from funding specific organizations. And that way we can be, as focused as possible.
Yeah, I think one of the things that has been tweaked over the years that I think is probably in a sweet spot, and I'd ask Helen to share her experience since her team manages the programs, but they try to meet people where they're at. So we don't tell them what their objectives and outcomes should be. They propose them, and then we hold them accountable to what they have proposed. And so that's something that's evolved over the years, and I think has gotten tighter and tighter. And the committee does look at that and say, did they meet the outcomes they proposed in the years past? And so that allows us to, again, make sure that there's impact, but at the same time, not dictate what that impact should be, but allowing the organization to tell us. We are starting to work to tighten that up on the non-departmental funding. So in that area, I do feel like there's some folks that since 2007 and 2008 have gotten the same pot of funding, expect it that way. And Helen and her team are tweaking those annual agreements to say, no, you're not going to tell us what we're going to do. This is money that you are doing something that the city has asked you to do. And here is what we need you to do based on what we're seeing in the field to achieve. So, if it's housing a certain amount of people or, something a little bit different, these we're tweaking to kind of tell them, this is what we see as a problem and you're funded to do this. And so these are the outcomes we want to see from you.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit of that from your department this time recently, and so I'm eager to see how that moves forward. Yeah, okay. So then, as far as the social action funding goes, yeah, definitely maybe a little more flexibility. So I've not seen the committee meet and discuss anything other than just the funding, the doling out of funding, and so I don't know what it looks like to have a broader conversation than that. But I don't think it would hurt anything as long as the outcomes were focused on, I don't know, I would say data-driven solutions. Because I know one thing is that these often quite get emotional instead of logical. And so I just want to caution everybody to focus on that. So I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. The thing that jumped out at me on page 8 was the childhood homelessness. And when I compare that $260,000, it seemed like a very low number. Can you kind of talk about the need in that category? And I also noticed the county doesn't seem to address childhood homelessness, not in the bullet points that were in the presentation.
So sure. So the $260,000 was the childhood homelessness project was a pilot project from former council member Cornell. Mm-hmm. And so that's where those dollars came into play. It is, we fund the Homeless Leadership Alliance to then fund a program. They put out an RFP and they fund Directions for Living. And so that's the Family Works program that is in our community. They work with 7 specific schools, the Transformation Zone schools. So Campbell Park, I'm not going to be able to name them all probably, but Campbell Park, Fairmont Park, Lakewood Elementary, John Hopkins, New Heights, and Melrose. Maximo. Thank you. Maximo Elementary. So we work with those 7 schools, and it is really one of the few programs that works with true all McKinney-Vento. So that is any family who is living literally unhoused and or doubled up or in a hotel that they're paying for by themselves, which is not considered literally homeless. And so they work with those families, really wrap them around. Intensive case management services are offered to them. This year, we are thinking a little different about that funding and probably going to go out, do an RFP for that funding, just to make sure that we can bring it in-house. And again, I really big on tightening up these objectives. If this is what you're going to do, we're going to hold you to it. And so right now, to have an agency administering it, I can hold that agency to our agreement, not necessarily to the agreement that they have. And so really trying to tighten that up and make sure that we're touching children in the areas that they need to be touched. So those 7 schools are not Transformation Zone schools anymore, right? And so I'm looking for where can we help children the most? Where can we make the most impact? Mm-hmm. And so what schools have the most unhoused children in them is what I'm looking for this year.
To get a little more specific with that, council member, Helen will know the exact number, but I think the last time I checked, there's a family shelter list of people waiting for shelter. Mm-hmm. And it was around 60. And so most of those are in St. Pete. I'm also going to remind you that your $2.5 million for scattered site family shelter that was funded with ARPA ends this year. So that will remove 28 beds from our system. And so, that list is likely to grow.
And to your second point on Pinellas County funding, So they have homeless prevention and supportive services. I am not sure who they funded. It's all in who applies and what they apply for.
They do, without knowing their list of who is on their council member, I do know they have some funding for childhood homelessness with Homeless Emergency Project, which is in Clearwater, and they may have someone else as well. So while they don't have a specific pot for that, ours is specific because a council member wanted to create that program, but they do have some funding that's specific to families in their portfolio.
Okay. And the age limit is 18, is that?
For children?
Yeah.
Family Works would be 18 and or if they're still in school.
Okay.
So you could have a 19-year-old still in Pinellas County School.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll,
Thank you.
or Vice Committee Chair Driscoll.
I know.
You're welcome.
You'll be on time next time.
Happy to be voluntold. The 2.5 million for scattered site, I do worry about that, that funding coming to an end. Do we know what they've been able to do so far? And have you all been working with them on a plan to continue that? Because the last thing in the world we need is to lose 28 beds. And this is specifically for families. And that goes right along with the childhood homelessness. I'm just wondering what can we do?
Yeah, I have encouraged the agency responsible for that to have conversations for almost a year. I'm guessing by hearing y'all's surprised by this, that they didn't have those conversations with council members. So I don't know what their plan is, but we have been working with them for the last 6 months to kind of titrate down the number of families coming in so that when the funding runs out, there is no family put out on the street. So we've been tightly monitoring that and working with them on a transition plan. The agency funded right now is St. Vincent de Paul. They did receive a $5 million allocation. Some of you maybe sat on the steps of City Hall from Jeff Bezos many years ago that they have never deployed. And so I don't know if their plan is to deploy that or to do something else. But again, I've encouraged them to have some advocacy around this. And I don't think that's occurred.
Thank you. Well, that's unfortunate. There is great potential there. Maybe that's something that we have to take into consideration as we consider who we work with in the future. And, perhaps they'll be more inspired to have communication with Mr. Bezos.
Yeah, I'm working on a plan that is not ready to be publicly discussed yet, that I'm hopeful will add some family beds to the system. I'm not asking for any funding for that, but I don't know what the need is going to look like yet. So I'm hopeful that by October 1, the agencies involved in that will be ready to talk publicly about it. And so whenever they're ready, we will inform you of that. We met with one of the agency's boards this week for their board to vote on if they wanted to move this project forward. The other agency's board is meeting later this month, and they want to have the ability to talk to their funders and have their boards decide this is something they want to do before the public knows about it. But I think y'all will be very pleased, and I think it has the potential to add some family beds to our community. So I'm hopeful that those boards will be moving forward in that direction.
That's great. A little more detail or a little more explanation on the various grants where we've allocated 700,000. It's on the next. Yeah.
Oh, that's social action funding. So instead of listing all of the grants, because I had already gave you the slide with that, that is social action funding.
Mhm. And
Um,
how many grants and what's the average amount?
This,
Go back to the slide.
So that's,
this
oh,
slide.
okay. No, I get it now. So all of this
Yes.
is 700. Okay,
Yes.
now it makes sense. I thought it was something separate.
No.
All right. Are there other, what's another organization that's working specifically on family shelter that we know is doing a great job right now? Is it Bully?
So Boley doesn't do family shelter. They do family permanent supportive housing. And so I don't remember if any
Oh,
of
I
you
see.
were able to go to Whispering Pines on Friday, but that was,
That's what I mean. Not so much shelter,
That was
but
awesome.
Yes.
finding real housing for families.
So every program has a responsibility to be housing first. So no matter how we fund them, whether shelter and or not, they have that responsibility. That's one of the first things that they do is a housing plan. So they're housing focused. There are only so many family shelters, indoor shelters in general in our community. And so all of them should work towards finding housing for individuals.
Mhm.
We do fund rapid rehousing, $400,000. That's also, it's a joint partnership between the city of St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, St. Vincent de Paul, and 211 Tampa Bay Cares. And so that is to house our unhoused neighbors, that program. They don't have to be in shelter. We work off of a list, it's called coordinated entry list, and they are housed through that way.
I think one of the things that I'll mention that was funded with CARES dollars that doesn't exist, that I think Helen and Shawnice and April probably get a lot of calls about, and it's kind of a misnomer in some ways, right? So Helen's title is Social Services Planning Manager, but 100% of the funding that her department has is for homelessness. So if you're looking for something else, they use their skills and the resources they know about, but they don't have, a $10 million budget like Pinellas County Social Services Department does. So we jokingly call them three girls in a car. They do a lot of amazing work, but their department isn't the only department that funds our social service agencies, right? And so you saw in the fiscal year 25 budget that Helen's team is going to roll into housing and community development. A lot of our housing programs and services are funded through our federal dollars, the action planning, right? The CDBG and ESG dollars. And so I think their expertise will help, cross-pollinate some of that work in that department. So some of those programs are funded through those federal dollars instead of your local dollars. One thing that was funded federally with CARES dollars that has gone away, that is a real need, is people who need help finding housing. So those are called housing navigators. They were funded at the Homeless Leadership Alliance during CARES, and that went away because those COVID dollars have since been spent. But I know that the housing department, I would have to get the number from Avery, but we've tried to change how their phone system works because they receive thousands and thousands and thousands of calls a month of people who are asking, I'm a senior, my rent has just gone up, I don't know where to find somewhere I can afford. Helen's team receives the same number of calls. And so that may be a gap in your specific question, council member, of a need that somebody to hold people's hands through the process, right? Of how do you fill out these forms? I don't have a computer. I've got to do this. And working with the landlords to say, look, even though this person maybe has something on their credit record or has had an eviction, we're going to vouch for them and help get them into housing. And that's a little bit of a gap since the COVID dollars.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Council Chair Fix Sanders.
Thank you. This was all very well presented, and thank you for the presentation. And I hope that my colleagues can see the need for me requesting that you come and talk about social action. Councilmember Floyd, I sit on the Social Action Funding Committee, and I have my own list of things that I am going to recommend that we do in regards to improving the process on that. And as you see with the social action funding that we're currently in, we went through that process on Monday, Tuesday, and some of the ones that were funded this year will not be funded for 2025 for something as simple as the completion of an application, right? And how they, and the volunteers that were on board were all had their own expertise, all knowledgeable. So the conversation today, again, as I stated in my opening comments, was not to find a way to not fund or take any money from social action, because we need, as you say, every year we're at 1 million requests. Every year that I've been on it, it's $1 million worth of requests. And we have the difficult decision of trying to decide who will and will not get funded. And I know that's a part of the process, but I'm grateful for the 700,000. But I am also grateful that Administrator Foster did acknowledge the fact that there are millions of dollars in non-departmental buckets that we can possibly start reviewing some of those funds to see how we can allocate differently some of those dollars to possibly meet some of the things that we've asked for in our council budget requests for years, how we can possibly help other organizations, although housing is of course first and foremost, but we have other organizations. You just identified a gap. You have people that are facing high stress in wanting to maintain their household, but we have other organizations that do so much in the community and making us that bonded community that we need to be, as you said, successful, that don't always deal with homeless issues, but we no longer provide those services through any other social action funding other than the youth development grants. So I wanted us to have this conversation. I am going to formally ask for another opportunity to bring back to this community where we can look at all the grants that council members have asked for, so we can look at all those dollars, see where that $9 million is, to see if we can identify some pockets where we can actually fund some of the requests that we would like to see funded. Other than that, so I will, submit that new business item for that further discussion to come back to this council. But again, thank you for the presentation. This, I hope, was a little clearer for my colleagues to see. I sit on COC, Continuum of Care, and so I hear a lot of and I want to use the word traumatic because for me it is. I go home every day. I have somewhere to live, but when we hear in that environment the things that a lot of our residents are actually dealing with, it is disheartening. And I know, Councilmember Floyd, you say sometimes it's emotional. Well, I think that's where a lot of times we lose things, when we just look at dollars and cents and we don't understand the impact of what a simple stroke of a pen can do to a community. So we have to be well-rounded and holistic in making some of these decisions. So, with that being said, I do want us to continue to look at where we can find additional funding for homelessness. Definitely, I agree with Councilmember Montanari on childhood homelessness. And I'm glad that Councilmember Cornell did ask for that particular program, and it is still going to be around, maybe with some tweaks. But, I keep that one on my radar because childhood homelessness is something that we definitely cannot lose sight of. But then I also want to continue to look at other social services agencies that lost funding when everything transitioned, because a lot of the things they cannot do with CDBG dollars, CSC, they're just that fountain of finances was completely cut off to the community. And so I do want us to investigate how we can help some of the other organizations that some of us have taken on our budget priorities to help them find that funding because of those gaps. So thank you, Chair, for that. And those were my remarks, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I think all of us were really excited about the new program, the new partnership with Ready for Life. And I can't wait to hear how it's going when it's time for you all to update us on that. I'm so positive that it will be successful and that it is something that we will want to continue, but I'm wondering how that is going to fit in with all of this and how we can plan ahead to make sure that that is funded, of course, pending the results and evaluation of the program.
Absolutely. So I think there has possibly been years that Ready for Life has applied for and received.
They've
social
never
action
been,
funding.
no, they haven't. Ready for Life usually works off of their own funding sources. They've not applied for ours before, and I'm not sure why.
Okay.
How much did we put in for the pilot?
It's $1 million. I think it might be 900,000.
Yeah, something
Um,
like that.
But that is set to launch. We're making some final tweaks today and tomorrow. So next week, that will open for youth to make applications to. And so we'll make sure you get that information and know where to send folks who want to apply. But we are really excited to get that off the ground.
Yeah, me too. And I want to make sure that we're ready to extend it, expand it, whatever needs to happen when it's time to take a look at that. But that really is, you know, a good part of the goal there is homelessness, is homeless prevention. So I see it fitting very well with this, if not exactly, but then again, we have Neighborly on there as well. So
It's 946,365. So I knew
all right,
I was rounding up there close to $1 million.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that we're ready for that, and just kind of wondering if it would fit into here, if it would be under current department funding a year from now.
I mean, that would be something that we would look to council to make a request to continue, just like any of this other non-departmental funding is usually comes at a council request for us to put it in our budget. We don't typically increase our budget from year to year.
Okay. Looking forward to hearing more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanari.
Thank you. Amy, you talked a little bit about navigators and not having them anymore. I thought that's what 211 Tampa Bay Cares does. Can you kind of elaborate?
So 211 does provide some navigation. Housing navigation is a very different thing than here's a phone number, call here. Right. So housing navigation actually goes out, meets with landlords, with the client, has a list of landlords who are willing to work with people based on your unique situation, and then helps pay the cost usually for deposits and that type of thing. So 211 is still doing the work that 211 does, but they don't provide what we call a warm handoff, and don't actually walk alongside a client. They say, okay, here's your problem. Here's 4 or 5 agencies that do that work. And then the person would do all of that legwork on their own.
Okay. So how did it used to work when we had the funding?
The housing navigators, that was funded at the Homeless Leadership Alliance. There are people that instead of social workers have a real estate background with a social work bend, I'd call it. So their expertise is selling landlords to work with the program that are maybe willing to overlook past evictions, past credit issues, things of that nature. And then they work with the client to fill out the appropriate paperwork. They source the affordable apartments for the client and help them make decisions about, is this something that's sustainable, that they can continue in, that kind of thing.
Okay. And how many navigators were there? Do you recall?
I'd like to just
Sure.
publicly.
I think every council member received a phone call from Pinellas Community Foundation and had an opportunity to receive an update about that. My understanding is you didn't take that phone call, council member, but Everybody else has received that update, but I'm happy to give one. The hubs are still operating. They are not operating on 22nd Street any longer. They're operating off of 16th Street. That is because the rental agreement was with the agency that is no longer a part of the hubs, and the landlord would not negotiate with us for us to take over that rental agreement. And so the agencies that are providing leadership to the hubs right now is Gulf Coast Jewish Family Services and PERC, who were both a part of the first iteration. We learned a lot in the first iteration of the project, and now we've kind of moved out of the pilot phase into an implementation phase. In the pilot phase, we were working with one provider agency to provide the counseling services around that. Now we are working with a provider network. And so there are a number of different organizations that are providing trauma-informed counseling. And, you know, at first I really struggled with that shift in our model. And ultimately, I think it's going to work out better for the clients. Counseling is a very specific thing, right? So some people want to talk to a pastor or somebody who has a religious-centered approach. Some people have LGBT needs that need to be approached with somebody affirming in that type of care. Some people have very significant trauma who need a therapy modality called EMDR, right? And so having a network that can meet everyone's individual needs, that people can say, you know, I'm having a problem with anxiety. I want somebody who is African American. I prefer women. And then we can match them to a provider willing to take our reimbursement rate. So that is the direction. There are about 8 agencies who attended a information session last week to sign on to provide those clinical services. There was another one on Tuesday. I'll know tomorrow. We get a weekly update how many signed up from the Tuesday session. But we'll be really excited to provide an update. I was going to get with you to schedule a one-on-one as well. And PCF is happy to take a phone call and provide more information as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't recall receiving that phone call, but I can check on that.
Okay.
We are actually voting before this committee meeting on the new contract, right?
On the new contract for
the other agencies that would be involved in this?
No, you provided 100% of the ARPA funds to Pinellas Community Foundation for 3 years, and they contract with the agency. So you don't have any action before you. You may have action on an agency that has another project that isn't related to the hubs, but I'm not familiar with that.
Mm-hmm. And is it Pinellas Community Foundation that is actually spending the money and is keeping track of what's being spent?
They do, and then they ask us for reimbursement for that money, and so we are a second set of eyes that follow through on that as well.
Okay. I think it would be good for City Council to have copies of that so that we can see how the money is being spent, like line by line.
Okay.
And, you know, since it was a lot that was put into that, then, you know, shortly after it gets started, there's this change, and it's a lot of money for a long time. And if there's not something that we're voting on along the way, we need to be able to see what's happening with that, and just give City Council an opportunity to just maintain that accountability. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Quick
Chair
question.
Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. Quick question, Chair. I want to do a new business item to get that comprehensive information that you requested in regards to the funding sources.
You don't need a new business item for that.
I don't
We have
need that,
and can
but I
just
need
send it
to,
out.
I need a referral back to this committee, or can we just leave it on the referral list? How do you? Because I see we only have one other date for this year's schedule
You're talking about leaving this discussion item on the referral list?
with the requested updates that we've had in regards to the funding.
Isn't that an email?
Well, no, he just said he didn't have to send an email.
No, I just meant it didn't need to be tomorrow.
I-
That's
We
yeah.
can send an email to all
Just
of
send
the
an email to
council
everybody.
Yeah, that's
members. Not a
fine.
big deal.
Okay.
That's fine.
Whichever way works. I just needed that clarification.
Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, speaking of the referral list, if you don't mind, if we could just take a peek at it, because I think there's a couple of things we can clean off of it. Obviously, in October, we've got the update of community support hubs. And then the next item on the referral list, Councilmember Floyd, it's your item, a discussion regarding 22 census data, including a report from an administration on efforts to alleviate child poverty. I'm assuming you want to leave that on there?
Yeah.
Okay. The next two are really the ones that I highlighted: a review and evaluation of the remaining Science Center property for affordable housing. I think,
You can remove that.
okay, thank you, Chair. And then Councilmember Mohammed, your item is the next one, a discussion renaming the baseball field, which I think has been since figured out.
Yes.
Okay, so we can remove that as well. So we can remove item 4 and 5 from the referral list. And obviously, because it was just brought, we're going to keep both the Boldy Summer Youth Program and have an update on that as well. Everybody good with that? Okay, anything else for the good of the order? Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for being here. And the August 15th, 2024 Youth and Family Services Committee is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist. but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's going to be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do, and I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it, and I know that we can do it.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air, sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting, safer, better on the environment all the way around. So it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. We have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that down at Lake Vista. I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world,
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really. It was just a second-classness that I wouldn't want to be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law, you're trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it. Let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. But the NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a Black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African American chief now, and they had one previously Black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that's come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. And I see these 12 faces together as unity, who is closer, just like brotherhood. That's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
Gonna hand this over to you.
My communications director didn't tell me about this. Who was the Johnny Carson thing with the cards? Zorak or something?
Yeah, with the head thing on.
I'm agnostic as to coffee spots. There's so many great ones. So whether it's Gypsy Souls or Southside Coffee, Kawa, Craft Cafe, there are just so many great coffee places in St. Pete. And I try to go to as many of them as possible. If I'm being good, I just have it black with a little cream. I also love Americanos as well. And I try to stick to that. There's obviously two, but I don't have my saddlebags yet. So my next bike, which I'll be getting pretty soon, a Road King Harley, will have saddlebags on it. And I'll be able to take, because the laptop fits right in it. So there's no excuses anymore. So this kind of weather, March, April, we'll be coming in on the Harley. So if it's a contentious meeting coming up, I've got a playlist which I've pulled up and I'm going to read. So just going down in no particular order, boy, it's going to get me in trouble. 9 Inch Nails, Seven Dust, Pearl Jam, Metallica, Dope, Joan Jett, AC/DC, Seven Dust, Queen. You kind of get. If it's a regular day, I like urban jazz. Prince is my all-time favorite, so anything from Prince. Because if we're not moving together as a community or any organization, family, department, if you're not moving together, you're not going to be your best. So I drove 1,000 trips on Uber back in 1819 as a way to go to neighborhoods I hadn't gone to before, meet people I hadn't met before, and the experience was like none other. If we can get it past legal, I might want to do that once a month or so as mayor, just to say, hey, how are things going in your neighborhood, and get some unfiltered feedback. Obviously, there's only one, and that is the Lakewood High School, home of the mighty Spartans. Also, USF, where I received my undergrad, and then Florida A&M for my MBA. But Spartan for life.
This is Sparta!
Now, this has changed in the last 2 months because we adopted a puppy, Sunny. So obviously, the first thing I do now is take Sunny out in the backyard and play with her for 30 minutes or so. Good stress relief for both of us. Chataway for all of them. So that's the one spot, Chataway. You can do all those things there. These are good questions.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And I also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely. Do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's going to happen.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Fix Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximum Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow, they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this
just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location. Actually, it's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind their love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say Drains to the Bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? What? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Miss McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way, not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African American male salutatorian.
It was a great experience, a little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just got to know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stp.org/ARPA. Hey, Bubba.
Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name is Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore. But when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about the diet and feeding them. So we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care. But aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you. And other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling, saying, come in here and feed me. So it's really, really probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Correct.
And of course, they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership. And my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother
had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are our future, that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiative and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers. So the torch is just passed on. So we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven, you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narrative that come out about the neighborhood.
It's a housing development that we can all be proud of. We never want to lose that fundamental focus on inclusion for every part of St. Petersburg. We're also allocating about $1.2 million to address food insecurity. Our rays are here to stay. At the end of the day, we all do better when we all can participate.
Momentum begins with one single motion forward, methodically. The intentional motion forward becomes real, tangible, meaningful, because progress matters.
We are focused on inclusive progress, and as we see the rapid development in St. Petersburg and Pinellas County, we want to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to be a part of that. And workforce development means preparing our citizens to take advantage of those opportunities that are coming, whether it's through job training, through soft skill development, or other support, just to make sure that everyone can connect to the jobs that are coming. We are implementing a MWBE program, Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, that will carve out certain parts of our city business for those minority and women-owned businesses. We're celebrating the opening of the Legacy Senior Apartments here at Jordan Park, 60 senior apartments, as well as the redevelopment of over 200 affordable apartments right next door. In the city of St. Petersburg, we put small businesses first because when they're competing and thriving, they're the heart of a healthy, vibrant, and diverse community that we all love. Today, we take a significant step towards honoring the promises made to the gas plant community some 40 years ago. This is what progress looks like, and our rays are here to stay.
Now we stand up on a solid foundation of progress. We see the possibilities that lie ahead, and without hesitation, we will proceed.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity that the city of St. Pete has provided for me, knowing I can rely on the city when I need it, especially since I'm already a city employee.
We almost lost everything during COVID. Without the grant money, I think many of us would have closed our doors.
Mayor Welch, he always say, we are St. Pete. You're definitely feeling like you are a part of that we when you receive that microfund grant program to help your business.
I want to give a huge thanks to the city of St. Petersburg, not only for funding our grants, but for providing educational resources through the St. Pete Greenhouse to help us grow our small businesses. It's nice to live in a city that cares about its people.
1, 2, 3. We will proceed for a brighter future because progress is paramount, because we are St. Pete.
Hey, go. Go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good. And it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran sunken gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your good neighbor guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid open and facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Evan?
My name is Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete. All right. Good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
From St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with the group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
Our Future Ready Academy really consists of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. You get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxic gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge. And then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes. They're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Rec, the construction crew.
They building a clip it. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
The cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're going to run it up the pole and out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of the apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he
continued and completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve. Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today, it got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture
Right.
here.
Yeah. So I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour. This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
There's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades, plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together. Well, today was a groundbreaking for a really exciting project. It's 10 affordable townhomes right here in the shadow of Tropicana Field on 16th Street that will be affordable to folks making 80% AMI, which is about $19 or $20 an hour. And it's a great partnership. It's an example of what can happen when we're intentional. about affordable housing when we partner with the private sector like Habitat for Humanity, who's part of this project and other projects not too far from here. And there's more to come. So it's an exciting day for us. You're looking at 10 families who have the opportunity of home ownership and that generational wealth building that creates. Folks would not have had that opportunity but for this partnership and for the great work of our St. Petersburg team, including Rob Gertis and so many other folks on our team. It's an exciting day. Everyone knows the price of housing has escalated quickly, not only in St. Petersburg, but throughout the nation. And one of the things that's important to us is that our progress is inclusive, that folks aren't left behind by the progress that we're seeing. We can all move forward together, and that's our priority. And there are many more of these kinds of projects coming forward. All right.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African-American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African-American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor. It is a privilege. It's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Collier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
This is Ray Jack's food store in South St. Pete on MLK, and we're here for the inauguration of the Fresh Pace Healthy Neighborhood Store program.
As you know, we are in an area where we have a food desert, a food disparity. And we've had a small business owner that had the ability to step up and participate in a program that actually will provide healthy food to the residents within a walking distance of their residence.
Well, this is a community neighborhood store. You know, we provide a lot of items here, you know, from fresh meats. We're mostly known for our meats here. Before, we were very limited with what we could display. So now kind of gave them a little bit more variety with the vegetables and recipes, you know, to use.
Purchasing those items in the volume that smaller stores would purchase them at is so cost prohibitive. And so this program allows for monthly grants to store owners to make those purchases so they don't have to use their reserves to do that, and in turn can sell that food at a very affordable cost to their customers coming in.
It's a real partnership with small neighborhood stores like Ray Jack's Meat Market here in South St. Petersburg, and it's funded primarily through American Rescue Plan funds. We are allocating about $1.2 million in funding to address food insecurity in our city.
We're going to have 6 by the end of 2024. This is only phase 1. And I'm so glad that they saw this area of town, this district, to have its kickoff.
It's visually appealing. It makes sense from a business perspective. And of course, the community gets what they need in terms of healthy food at an affordable cost.
It looks great. The produce looks great. There are a variety of healthy choices that would appeal to young folks through seniors. Everyone ought to have access to healthy food choices.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most
Sure.
people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business. The chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off, and he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this
That's
publicity.
exactly right.
My goodness.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations Committee meeting of August 15th, 2024. Could I please have a roll call?
Hanowitz,
Here.
Gabbard,
Here.
Driscoll,
Here.
Fix Sanders.
Here. Okay, everyone, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
We also have for approval the minutes of April 18th, 2024. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, well, welcome everyone for our federal recap today. We are joined by representatives of Senator Marco Rubio's office. We have Savannah Sipsey here. We also have from Anna Paulina Luna's office, we have Samuel Wilson here. And we also have Jameson Carnegie from Representative Kathy Castor's office. And we have our legislative representative in Washington, D.C., Robert Diamond. Welcome.
How are you?
Good. I hope that everyone had a chance to maybe meet with Robert Diamond. He came in to kind of give everyone an opportunity to have a one-on-one and meet and ask any questions of what's happening before our meeting. So what we'll do is we'll start today with Robert, and he's going to kind of give us an overview of what's happening in Washington, D.C., and then we'll kind of go over to everyone and do a federal recap, and they can give us an overview of what's happening in each representative's office. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robert Diamond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to be back with everybody again. I appreciate the opportunity to update you on what's going on in Washington, D.C. It's not lost on anybody. It's been quite an eventful few weeks and months. I'll come back at the end on a little bit of an election update, but want to talk more on the official side first. Congress and most of Washington in recess right now for August, returning after Labor Day to pick up official business with the main item really being the appropriations activities for fiscal year 25. Where we have, and thanks to our representatives, our community project funding asks in those packages, and I'm sure the reps will talk a little bit more about that. Those remain right now in the subcommittee markup process, and then those appropriations committees will continue to meet, approve those bills. It is our expectation that we will see a post-election day omnibus appropriations vehicle move through Congress, so we're probably not going to see individual spending bills passed. We will see sort of one gigantic appropriations bill move post-election. I don't think much else is going to move prior to the election, frankly. Also, there's some other must-pass pieces of legislation that Congress has this year, including the National Defense Authorization Act. We're still looking to see if there will be Farm Bill reauthorization this year. It is due, but it has just been extended. But those major activities, again, I think are going to be dramatically influenced by the November election, what the next Congress is going to look like, and determine what those votes and how those are going to shake out. We continue to work aggressively with the mayor and his team on our grant activities. Again, kudos to the team for the robust process we have in place there. We continue to look for every opportunity to make sure we are applying for and competing for discretionary grant opportunities within the federal executive branch. We are keeping a close eye, and I had the privilege of talking with Councilmember Gabbard about it again this morning on all issues related to the National Flood Insurance Program and any reform activities there. I have unfortunately no good news in that regard. It still sits within the subcommittee process, both the FEMA reform package and other bills introduced by members of Congress, and I look forward to discussing that more broadly with everybody, how we continue to champion those issues on behalf of the city and the residents here. Lastly, I'll just touch on the election, and then happy to take any questions. This is obviously a very dynamic year with both the White House and both chambers in play. So we will have a dramatically different Washington, D.C. Under any scenario come January, and that will obviously shape a lot of what we want to focus on next year. We have our federal legislative priorities discussions scheduled for in post-election in November. So look forward to being able to have that discussion with a little bit of foresight as to what the next Congress and what the next administration is going to look like, and how we can do that. But we are back to a scenario where the presidential race is a 50-50 tie, essentially. We're back to a coin toss in that regard. It was clear a couple of weeks ago that I think President Trump was on a path to victory. That's you've seen the Democratic Party react to that. But essentially, we're back to a 50-50 race right now as far as the White House goes. Sitting here today, it's our prediction that the Senate would go Republican and go from Democratic control to Republican control based on those races around the country. Also, our prediction today that the Democrats have the likely path to take control of the House. So that's just based on what we're seeing in the field today. That continues to be dynamic races across the country. These are razor thin margins in all of these places, in all of these races. And even if in that scenario of a switch of control of the Senate and a switch of the control of the House, those would remain very tight margins. For the Senate, for example, you can see a 51-49 Republican control in the Senate is a very likely outcome. What does that mean? It means that just means it's a lot harder to get bigger things done in Washington under those very slim margins. So I think we will see another cycle in Congress with that. But with that, I'd love to take any questions from the committee. And again, thank you for an opportunity to update you guys today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Diamond. Hopefully, it's not as dynamic as it was this summer. It was pretty dynamic, so
To say the least.
to say the least. But before I turn it over to the committee, I want to give administration and David Thompson and Doyle Walsh an opportunity to speak about any issues, whether it's the community funding requests or any grants or anything at the federal level that you would like to kind of cover that maybe has not been covered.
Yeah. So, I'll just briefly run through. You'll see the update, the tracker that we have for the federal community project fundings, and I do believe there was also some attachments in the initial email with the wrap up on the state tracker, the appropriations that all came through there. Thank you again for approving the contract for the $300,000 for St. Pete Fire, and then you'll also note the federal legislative bill tracker there. I think in our one-on-ones with the council members and Rob, we've discussed some additional bills that will be added to that tracker, and you'll see that moving forward and updated for the next time that we meet. But really appreciate the continued partnership with council on all of the work that we're doing to advocate on behalf of the city of St. Pete. And I'll just keep it short so we can hear from our representative.
Great, thank you. And Doyle, would you like? Yes,
Yeah, I just
absolutely.
want to say one thing. So to both Congresswoman Castor and Luna's office, thank you both so much for your engagement in these community project funding. I know there's a lot of dynamics, but you both have been incredible. So thank you for all the work the staff has done. And if you could pass that along to your representatives. So,
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. And we're extremely happy that we got a lot of funding requests that we sent in on both Castor's office and Luna's office. They were submitted requests that got funded, and it benefits all our citizens here in St. Petersburg. So we really appreciate getting money that goes to the federal level, coming back to the local level, always. And we will always take it. So thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Gabbard.
Quick question on the Congress Federal Bill Tracker. So the very last one on the list, the Farm Food and National Security Act. Can you speak specifically as to how that bill may affect us with our urban agriculture, our food deserts, the work that we are trying to do around food insecurity in an urban community? Can you speak a little bit about how that bill could be helpful if passed?
Yeah, so this is one of those, we have a divided Congress. So the House version of this bill looks very different than the Senate version of this bill. But the opportunities within that are largely around nutrition. So regardless of what ultimately get passed, there will be changes to the SNAP program and other food assistance programs, some potential opportunities for school meal expansion. And this is something, we've also spoken with our state representatives about making sure the money that gets funneled to the state also comes down all the way to us. And then from the urban agriculture department within the Department of Agriculture was first created in 2018. So we are just 6 years. Wow, I guess they didn't reauthorize it on time. But we are just at the beginning of what that department looks like. So there are a lot of opportunities on what we can do to shape and inform what is going to happen in that space. And the last time Mayor was in Washington, D.C., we had the opportunity to meet with some of the Department of Agriculture folks. They were actually very impressed with some of the work that we are doing in St. Pete to make it a place where, from even a zoning perspective, that urban agriculture farmers can work. So we're going to continue to make sure that the policy and the framing goes to support that. One of those is the lending for urban agriculture, because there really hasn't been an infrastructure for those types of farmers. They don't have capital to actually expand their operations. Same thing with minority farmers. So those are two I would highlight within that package.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate the update. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, any other committee members or council members? Well, Robert, they're letting you off easy. So now we go with our forward with our federal recap. First on the list I have is Savannah Sipsey. She's the Gulf Coast Regional Director for Senator Marco Rubio. Savannah, welcome to St. Pete.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. And so, yes, as the Senator's Regional Director for this area, I have the privilege of covering 9 counties, with Pinellas being one I get to spend a large amount of time in. So it's a blessing. But I've just put in some legislation that has been introduced this Congress that I felt applied to some of the priorities of St. Pete. And so some of the first things I wanted to cover was flooding and environmental issues. At the beginning of this year, the senator introduced a flood risk transparency for home buyers act, as that is something that was actually brought to my attention in Citrus County late last year regarding people not being aware that their home had previously been impacted. And so that's something huge that has not been required to be disclosed. And so hopefully we can get that passed. That would be a huge thing for everyone. And then also the flood insurance rate map interagency, that would require the input of multiple agencies to put in to the National Flood NFIP rate map. So that would be helpful to get more than one opinion. Additionally, I did want to share that the senator last week sent quite a few letters to the president regarding Tropical Storm Hurricane Debby, getting different emergency assistance down here. I know that wasn't, necessarily as impactful for Pinellas, thankfully, but it was more so for Manatee and Sarasota counties that I cover. But then he's also at the beginning of this year and late last year sent letters along with Senator Scott pressing FEMA on like the dwindling disaster relief fund. So it's something that's high on his mind, as especially we're in the midst of hurricane season. So that's really it I have for flooding and environmental. But housing, the senators introduced several legislations regarding specifically Section 8 housing to help improve conditions and quality of living is something that the whole state has taken a priority in and looked into several different housing complexes from Jacksonville, Miami, Tampa areas to hopefully get the quality of living back up to a livable standard. And so those are all listed there with some different initiatives from, removing lead paint to temperature control. So please let me know if you have any questions on those. And then small business, the senator is still on the Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship. He was the vice chair, or he was the chairman of it, in the 116th Congress back in the 2018 time period. And so he's still, active in that and introduced some legislation to help small businesses get different loans and also keep the SBA assistance, away from China, as he's big on intelligence and foreign relations. And so those are some of his main focuses in protecting our local small businesses here in Florida. And then education, kind of going back to that SNAP conversation we were having earlier, he is hoping to modernize that, as Florida was unequivocally being unaccounted for as far as the spending they got. And based off the 2021 year, Florida accounted for 8% of SNAP recipients, but only was getting 2.6% of SNAP Ed funding. So he's hoping to bring the standards up to a more modern time frame, because it's still being based off of FY 2009. So that's something that's big on his mind, and making sure families are getting healthy and options that are sustainable for, learning and whatnot, and encouraging growth. And so that's a big one. And then just keeping China out of our school systems, keeping that away from, interfering with young minds is a huge priority of his. But that's all that I have to update y'all on. So.
Well, Savannah, thank you so much. We really appreciate Senator Rubio focusing on issues such as flooding and the environment and housing. Those are huge issues in our community, not just because it happens to be hurricane season. Hurricane season highlights it. But we have sunny day flooding, and, we want to make sure that flooding and insurance is a priority in Washington. My understanding is it's not one of the top issues that's talked about a lot, but you see more and more that more states are being affected by these severe storms. And we've been affected by severe storms for a long time, especially Vice Chair Gabbert's district and Councilmember Montanari's district deal with it a lot. And you hear them in a lot of committee meetings talking about the flooding issues. We get it in our districts too, not as much as there, but we get it throughout our city. So we want to make sure that that is a priority. And how do we ensure that our senators are focusing on flooding and insurance, for that matter, at the federal level? I mean, what are the things, and maybe you don't have to answer now, but you can let us know what are the things that we could be doing to ensure that this is a priority, because I'm sure you hear this not just from our county, everywhere else.
Yes, the whole, Gulf Coast of the state. I mean, even the Eastern Coast as well, is experiencing these issues. And I mean, you're seeing it in Polk County, you're seeing it in Orange County. So it's truly become an issue. And, keeping us aware of any asset you may have. I know I should have also mentioned in the environmental section that the senator still is working closely with the Army Corps and the rest of our wonderful legislation here on the beach renourishment issues and whatnot. And, I know the flooding can help erode that and whatnot. But, if there's any big projects like that y'all are looking for, we'll be glad to work with our legislation to make sure the community's taken care of.
Okay, I appreciate that. And, Robert, I don't know if you want to kind of just put it out there in terms of what your thoughts are on how we can champion these issues, given the fact that we have our reps here and having a meeting on the federal issues, kind of the flooding and insurance issues that are.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, we've got to do everything we can to continue to raise the profile of the issue in Washington, D.C. It's critical to so many people in Florida, but it's not at the top of the list in Congress right now. And that's the the hard part. So we've got our work cut out for us collectively as a community, as a state, as a delegation, to really raise the profile of the issue. And that's hard to do. I mean, you're competing with every other, policy priority in Washington, D.C., but we really need strong champions, loud voices. We've discussed a little bit in our one-on-one about we will have a new Congress in next year. We should come out of the gate strong with whoever those new committee chairs, who are responsible for oversight on flood and FEMA. We should come out strong right in February and bring a gathering of local officials from not just different counties in Florida, but frankly different districts around the country. I mean, this is happening in Louisiana. This is happening up and down the East Coast. It's happening in Vermont. It's happening in, up and down the Mississippi River. And so this has become a critical national issue. But I'm being honest when I tell you it's not breaking through in the top 10 list of issues for the Congress to address. And so I mentioned, there's a possibility we would have a speaker who represents a coastal district in New York City. I mean, we've got to really take advantage of that and look forward to working with, and I know every one of our delegation understands this and is working harder on the issue. But as visible and as important it is down here, it has not necessarily translated to that top of the list in DC, and that's where our work is cut out. We're working through all of our organizations. We're working through Florida League of Cities, National League of Cities. I think we just have to continue to find every avenue we have to elevate the issue, find those champions, and make as much noise about this as we can. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. Committee members, Vice Chair Gabbard, and then Council Member Driscoll.
So just one thing that I would kind of pull out on the flooding issue and specifically around, I think, action that Congress could take. So when Risk Rating 2.0 was done administratively a few years ago through the NFIP and FEMA, there was a piece that was around the mitigation. And, we are always encouraging our residents to mitigate where they can, especially as it pertains to taking advantage of the federal monies that exist to elevate your home. That was a much easier sell to people when, one, costs were lower, right? It's become incredibly expensive. But two, whenever there was a savings on the back end for their flood insurance premium. Now, due to Risk Rating 2.0, they're not recognizing those same level of savings when they go through all of the cost and all of the time and energy and hassle of mitigating and getting themselves up out of harm's way. That discount, which in some areas could have been upwards of 80-90% of a discount on their flood insurance policy, that is now not happening. FEMA is aware of this. The NFIP people are aware of this. And essentially, that has fallen on deaf ears when that concern has been brought forward. So I'm looking at Congress as really, they're going to have to be the catalyst for change on this particular issue, because in a coastal community, it does us no good to try to advocate for mitigation in these neighborhoods when there is no cost savings on the back end. So I would just ask for assistance on that particular issue. It could be kind of a standalone bill. It could be part of a package, but there needs to be some real highlight put around that. So just wanted to bring that up. And then you had mentioned about Senator Rubio's stance on small business. I had brought this up in our one-on-one, so I just wanted to kind of elevate protection of a 1099 status. We have a lot of small business here in our community. We encourage small business. We encourage entrepreneurship. 1099 status is very important to that. And there's been a lot of talk through the Department of Labor, Federal Trade Commission about reevaluating what 1099 status looks like. And so I would say do no harm when it comes to that. And if we could get our delegation to be champions around protecting that, I think that could go a long way for our small business community. So I just wanted to bring that up as well, because it's something we haven't really ever talked about before.
Well, thank you. I'll be sure to flag that as well for our team that handles that issue. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And thanks to all of you for being here today. I had a couple of questions for Savannah. And thank you for being here. It's great to see you.
pleasure.
I was really happy to see that all of the legislation under housing in the summary that you sent to us is related to helping situations with those who have low incomes with their housing, and a lot of new requirements and upgrading the standards of housing around HUD and Section 8 recipients. This is important. I mean, there was just recently an article in the Tampa Bay Times about how in the state of Florida, landlords are required to provide units with heat, but not with air conditioning. And
It seems to be the opposite.
yeah,
right?
it really should. And so, under the Safe Temperature Act, it looks like that could be addressed. And I appreciate that very much. And then, these other pieces really talk about, ensuring that everyone has a safe and comfortable place to live, and that's safe physically, but then also with the external environment and making sure that security is ensured as well.
Absolutely.
All of this together is really meaningful for many of our residents who are struggling and who are receiving that federal assistance for their housing. So I think we can agree that that's a priority for us as well. And anything, I'll just speak for myself, anything that I can do to help with that, I would be thrilled to see all of that moving forward.
Well, thank you. And if there ever is, in any of y'all's districts, some housing that is of concern, we have, championed and had, the senator come out, senator look into it and, raise it to HUD as this is, unacceptable. HUD funding should not be coming to this. And so it's a very passionate thing of all of our offices. So we want to be aware if there are situations and, the more awareness, the more legislation we can introduce that pertains to different issues. So
Right.
we've seen quite a bit of, we'll just call it squalor. I mean, for all intents and purposes throughout
Right.
the state. And so,
Right. We've made some really good progress on developing new affordable housing in our city, but we want to make sure that the housing that already exists
yes.
is properly maintained. So thank you for that. Another question that I have is regarding SNAP and modernizing that. I mean, that's music to my ears. There are so many people in the state of Florida who are eligible for SNAP but don't apply, either out of pride or because they don't know that they're eligible. And so as you look at making improvements with this, and this becomes increasingly important, especially at a time when we have a governor who is rejecting federal funding for summer food programs and forcing children to go hungry through the summer. We need better SNAP, period, So I'm extremely supportive of that. And I hope that as this moves forward, you'll also be taking a look at that education as far as communicating it out to residents and making sure that people know that this is a benefit that they are eligible for, and that it's easy for them to apply. I know that was really tricky until the pandemic, and the pandemic really forced everyone to look at a better way to apply for SNAP. So you don't have to, if you live in Pinellas County, before that, you would have to get on a bus and go to Clearwater to apply in person. And that was the only way you could get SNAP. So we've gotten better, but there's more work to be done. And I really look forward to seeing how that moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Fake Sanders.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Sipsey, for your update. The only, I don't know if it's a question, well, it may be a question and with a combo statement on your Prepare Act, because small business is vital for us here locally. The one question I have is I appreciate the fact that it is allowing the opportunity for small businesses to protect their property from future disaster. But the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this is if they're still repairing themselves from a previous disaster. And so when we think about loans, immediately I go to credit score and them, being out of business for such a long time and trying to repair from a prior occurrence. If we could find a way, and I don't know how successful or what the numbers look like with this particular program, but a lot of the smaller businesses, once they've gone through something as drastic, disaster related as that, it takes a long time to rebuild. So a lot of other personal finances, a lot of other situations kind of hinder them from taking out any loans. Low interest, no interest, it still takes a lot for them to do that. So I'm hoping that when you look into this, that we can, and I don't know if grants would even be a consideration as far as the loans are concerned, but for those that are trying to protect from future disaster related damage, I think looking at the prior steps that happen before a business owner can apply for these dollars, what that looks like for that small business. Because, small business is just that, small business. Their revenues are very limited, their resources are very limited. So I love that fact that they do have this option, but it's the steps prior to that caught my attention.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And
All
I'm,
right.
I'm not too sure. I am not a legislative person. I will be completely honest with that, but I can, flag and see what we can find out of what the typical process looks like. I think this is more of a, to prepare to board up that kind of thing.
It's more of a life jacket, and I appreciate that. But but again, there's businesses that really need it. They've gone through so much before they even get to this step. And what are those gaps? What does that look like that we can improve the process for them that would really benefit from this? And so that was just the first thing that came to my mind when I saw this as to how we can help them prepare for a loan. And when I saw the word loan, it's like, okay, by the time they get to apply for a whole nother loan for something else, I don't know what they went through as a small business owner to get to that particular point, because I'm sure they've exhausted all of the finances, their credit score, which is so important to so many people, has been challenged in this process. So, but I love that, and so thank you so much for that. But that was just a question and some of the things that came to my mind when I saw that.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you bringing that, that point to my attention too, and I'll be sure to look into that.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Real quick, Sam, on Senator Rubio's list is the Beach Nourishment, which I know Representative or Congresswoman Luna is very passionate about as well. And so I wanted to give you a chance to weigh in on that, because I know that she is fired up about that one. And I really admire the passion that she has put into that particular issue. Specifically as it relates to the Army Corps of Engineers. And so it is wonderful to have two members of Congress working on this who truly understand how important it is. So
Senator Scott is as well championing this issue, so I will give them
Oh,
credit as
good.
well. So
I do my time in DC last year. I spent many conversations with your staff up there. So obviously we know beach nourishment is the hot topic. It's something we've been focusing on since she took office. She hit the ground running on that. I think we formed a strong coalition of beach mayors that have really come together. We sent 4 letters now to the Secretary Connor of the Army Corps, and it has been a battle, but it's something that she is more than passionate on. We've tried many times to kind of get the easements requirements dropped because a lot of those owners on the beach, on the water, they don't want their properties to be worked on. They don't want to sign it for various reasons. And we're trying to work with that because we understand that it's your property. You don't want to sign it. You don't have to sign it. But I think the Army Corps requiring to sign it and saying, hey, we're not going to do any work on your beach. And now what we've seen, we're in the midst of hurricane season. It takes one giant hurricane to completely wipe out our coast. That's it. And we almost got lucky 2 years ago in 2022 with Ian. That was headed right for us and it missed. So imagine if that did. And obviously many members previous to us haven't really pushed the Army Corps to tackle the easements, tackle beach renourishment as a whole. So we have done what we can do so far, but we're not going to give up on it. Obviously, with everything can happen with the elections. You know, you can get different members come in and we can work with them, but we are going to stay hammering them until we can get those easements fixed. And we've even gotten 2 amendments in the Water Resource and Development Act. I just want to talk about one passed unanimously by voice that would just tackle the easements in general, just to lower the requirements of the easements. That passed unanimously in the House. And then we had one more amendment that did not pass on it. And then the bill ended up failing. So it's been a back and forth thing, but we will, every opportunity that we get to deal with beach renourishment, we're going to take. I know the Congresswoman sitting on natural resources. I think that is the plus for the community. I think anytime there's an issue that gets brought up to her attention, she goes right to the committee and she says, this is what people of Pinellas County care about. What can we do to get something done? So, and she's done that time and time again. So we'll keep on hammering away.
Yes. Well, thank you for that. I mean, even though the beaches are not in St. Petersburg proper, we benefit from that too, not only as residents. I mean, that's where we go, but also, you know, it is such an important part of tourism for all of us, because once our visitors get too much sun on the beach, you know, they want to hop over to downtown St. Pete and enjoy our museums and our galleries, taking a baseball game, things like that. And so we are one community when it comes to caring for our beaches. So just really appreciate all that you've done for that and keep fighting the good fight.
Absolutely. And I would definitely want to extend, I know the Congresswoman definitely wants to extend an arm out to you all. To anything that you all think is a priority that we need to tackle with that, just keep us informed. Like I said, we have a strong coalition with all the mayors on the beaches, and we talk regularly. What are you hearing from the people? So obviously, like you said, we're not near the beach right now, but a lot of people in this community have properties on the beach, or so we want to stay as involved as we can.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. So I know Councilmember Driscoll brought up the beaches, but I would like to give you an opportunity to talk about other issues that Representative Luna is working on. First, again, thank you for working with us on the community funding requests. We're very happy to see those come through, and we're looking forward for the next round to put in more community funding requests. So thank you again. And Samuel, tell us a little bit more about what's happening.
So obviously, first term Congresswoman Luna has, I always like to joke, taken DC by storm. So obviously tries everything she can. Obviously, being a member of the military, we have released now. Our first bill was to bring awareness to sexual assault within the military. I think that is her priority, as that we've dropped 5 bills now dealing with human trafficking and sexual assault, going after predators. So that is something, as she is now a mother, so that's something she holds near and dear. And so we've really been trying to hit that very hard, as well as we sponsored a bill on right to try IVF. I know how important, I know that issue is a little touchy, but that is definitely, IVF is something she strongly supports, as in, you know, sometimes that can be a heated topic, but that is a bill that we did sponsor, and that she will talk all day about that. So that's important. I know that we are proud that we did have 3 amendments passed within the NDAA for military, enhancing training for to have dive school brought into the combat controllers and allowing former military members to be able to wear their medals out in public. I know, or in certain and for certain occasions, sometimes military members aren't allowed to wear their pins. It's a whole big topic, so we definitely got that amendment passed. So we are hitting ground running on multiple different issues. So I try not to go too nitpicky, but I definitely welcome any questions that you guys have on anything that she's been working on. So
Okay.
I can answer questions.
Well, thank you, Samuel. Any questions from anyone else? Okay. Well, with that, I would love to introduce Jameson Carnegie, the field rep for Representative Castor. First of all, thank you so much for the correspondence from Representative Castor. We all just got it today. I didn't get it any earlier, so some of us, we have not had a chance to review it. But we will review it, and we appreciate the update, the thorough update from Rep Castor.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair Hanowitz, and thank you to all the council members being here as well, and also the city of St. Pete. It's awesome work with y'all all the time. I know y'all see our face and hear our name all the time, so we're always knocking on your door and bothering y'all. Of course, going around Short Acres and Riviera Bay, so it's awesome, to be here and kind of just touch on a few things that we've worked on. I know we've touched on community project funding already. So in March, as Robert mentioned, Congress adopted the fiscal year 24 appropriation package. And in those, we had 6 community projects, that were funded. So that was $1.5 million for the Enoch Davis Center, energy efficient improvements and pre-construction, $850,000 for the Sankofa development to bring much needed affordable housing to South St. Pete, 1.1 for PSTA to support the conversion of their bus fleet to clean energy, to clean electric buses, and St. Petersburg's pure gas power trim to electric vehicles. The 81,000. We also got $81,000 for Pinellas County Urban League to update their technologies and increase reliable access to computers and boost their economy opportunities. $963,000 for USF St. Petersburg to disrupt human trafficking data project to aid local law enforcement to support Florida's anti-human trafficking efforts, and then also an additional $936,000 for USF St. Petersburg's Coastal Resiliency Data Visualization Center, which is to protect our beautiful natural environments and improve coastal resiliency through their research and science. So we were very excited about those in fiscal year 2024. And with this upcoming year for fiscal year 25, we also submitted some more in partnership with Mayor Welch in the city. And I'll just list those pretty quickly. So $2.5 million for PSTA's 34th Street corridor improvement to make those more energy efficient transportation improvements. $5.3 million for the St. Petersburg Housing Authority's Ed White Senior Housing Redevelopment Project to bring 71 units of affordable housing for seniors. We're really excited about that one, and they're groundbreaking here coming up in a few weeks. $5 million for the MLK Street South Flooding Alleviation Project to address persistent flooding, which we've all seen, and definitely know the effects of that. $8.1 million for USF St. Pete's research vessel modernization and equipment upgrades for at Florida's Institute of Oceanography to enhance their scientific capacity to protect ocean resources. $1.5 million for the Seagrass Mitigation Bank in North Shore Park, and then $4 million for St. Petersburg College Smart Tech Industry 4.0 Lab to provide training and education for today's high-tech manufacturing workforce. So we really want to help them improve that pipeline with the semiconductors, photosynthesis, mechatronics, and automation and robotics. $1.3 million for the West Side Crescent Lake improvements to help improve the water quality of Crescent Lake, and then $4 million for the USF St. Petersburg's Veteran Workforce Support Center to support an energy efficient remodel of the aging facility. So that's what we're looking forward to for fiscal 25. I know it's a pretty heavy load, but the Congresswoman, she's been doing this since 2006. So, she's excited. She's willing to, work hard, and she does that all the time. So she's excited to go up to Congress, go back and, fight for those appropriations. So we're super excited about that. And then, of course, we keep talking about clean energy and resilience. That's something big on her. She sits on the House of the Energy and the Committee of Energy and Commerce. She used to be the Select Committee Chair she used to be the chair of the Select Committee of Climate Crisis. So that's something really big and keen to her heart. So, as we have the Solar for All and Inflation Reduction Act and the new direct pay incentives, we've held 3. We have our third one actually tonight from 5 to 8 with the Architect Institute of America in Tampa Bay. But earlier this year, we held with Florida Solar Energy and Industries Association, we convened for an education session at USF St. Pete to spread the word on the tax incentives and credits and provide real-world case studies. Sorry, I'm talking pretty fast. A little nervous.
You're fine. You're doing fine. Don't
Real-world
worry.
case studies local organizations that have gone solar and lowered their operating costs. We were joined by Pinellas County Schools, Pinellas County Urban League, Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and the cities of Clearwater, Gulfport, and St. Petersburg. Other local nonprofits also took part in this. So to learn more about how they could benefit from all these tax incentives by having clean energy, making our area more resilient. So we also partner with Pinellas County Urban League to promote weatherization to assist neighbors who are looking to lower their monthly energy bills. With the weatherization assistance, 3.2 billion of that was boosted by the bipartisan infrastructure law, which $93.6 million of that came to Florida alone. So that's a pretty huge win for us. So we're excited about that as well. And then, of course, climate crisis is putting Florida workers and our tourism industry at risk. We have not only experienced Florida's hottest year on record, but for years, heat has been the leading cause of weather-related fatalities here in the United States. So nearly 500,000 Floridians work in outdoor jobs, including farm workers and construction workers. The Congresswoman has done a good job of pressing the Occupational Safety Health Administration, or OSHA, to kind of finalize up some of their rules to protect those workers that are exposed to those extreme heat conditions. Even with our USPS fleet and their delivery trucks, they're excruciating. They're very, very hot. They only have those fans. So we're also working with them to kind of electrify those and bring better opportunities and protect them. And then even more with the clean energy, and I'll wrap it up here. We got two additional federal grants that we were happy to announce this year, which was the $250,000 for the NOAA Ocean-Based Climate Resiliency Accelerator, which Councilwoman Driscoll was there for that as well, with the St. Pete Innovation District, Tampa Bay Wave, and the University of South Florida for their Blue Tech Accelerator Initiative to help support entrepreneurs and energize the blue economy. Then also the $27.8 million from the Department of Transportation Low and No Emission Grant that went to PSTA. That helped to advance and replace all their diesel buses, which also noted is one of their largest competitive grants that they've received. So we were excited about that, to announce that with them too. So that's a lot what we're doing with the clean energy and resiliency. So I was trying to go through that pretty quickly. We got a lot, but this is 5 pages worth of.
Yes, you don't have to go through the whole thing.
So I'm not going to do that to all of us. But I know those are big topics that we were talking about as far as clean energy, and the Congresswoman. She's an environmental lawyer. That's something that she's very passionate about. She can name a bird just from looking at it. I don't know how, but that's her background. So she's very serious. That's something very important to her as well. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jameson. It's very clear to us. Representative Castor has been such a great representative for our city and has been working so hard in getting things done. And what is amazing to me is when I hear y'all speak about different priorities, you can see the bipartisanship that you can actually work on these issues, because I didn't just hear human trafficking from one of y'all, okay, or sustainability issues or caring about our environment, whether it's replenishing our beaches or our seagrass or supporting USF and the Oceanic Institute. Yep. So there are things that y'all can work on together that I think are going to benefit our community and have robust solutions to all the issues we have. So it's wonderful to hear when you do the federal recap, see how there are lines of that kind of blur together, and we can find hopefully some solutions. So thank you for that. And thank you for the recap. Chair Fig Sanders, and then Councilmember Driscoll, and Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you for all of the update. And there's no need for you to be nervous. You're amongst friends.
I know.
And family.
So much info to get through. So.
No, and we are very appreciative for the document. I don't have any questions other than for you to please relay to our Congresswoman how appreciative we are for everything that she does. And it is so obvious that she cares about St. Pete and that she cares about us here with the things that she's done. I love the fact of Enoch Davis Center, and PSTA was huge, and I was just so excited to see that those fundings that we've received for that, as well as the Urban League. A lot of these organizations make such an impact here locally for us, and to see her out in the community as much as she is, and to see you all out in the community as much as you are, please relate to her, play this tape, whatever it is that you need to do to thank her for her tireless work that she continues to do for us, especially here in the city of St. Petersburg. And this was a fantastic update. I'm definitely going to have to keep this safe so that I can go and refer to it when people ask, what does legislative support for the city of St. Petersburg looks like. And this is the perfect example for everything that she does. So again, thank her for us. And again, you're amongst family and friends, and you did a great job in your presentation. Thank you, Jameson. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for that update. It really is quite an impressive list. Committee Chair Hanowitz made a great point about how, some of these items go beyond politics. It's an everybody thing. It's all of us who live, in St. Pete, in Pinellas, in Florida, who are so proud and want to protect what we love. One of those things, I wanted to bring up the Seagrass Mitigation Bank, because that's something that we talk about beach renourishment. This is like our Tampa Bay renourishment. It's very much needed. And, we've all read about the loss of seagrass that has been happening through various events. Something like this, the seagrass mitigation, it's not going to solve the whole problem, but just like with the beach renourishment, it's something we have to do. And in this case, it's absolutely vital for our ecosystem. So I hope we can count on all of your offices to really support that. It's something that's been worked on for a long time, and we could really use some help with that. Another thing that's marine related, just above that, is the funding for equipment and upgrades for the research vessels for the Florida Institute of Oceanography, which is actually a collaboration or a collective of about a dozen different higher education institutions. It just happens to be based here at the USF St. Petersburg campus. And last year, they welcomed their third research vessel, the Western Flyer, and more recently have added on a remote operated vehicle that can go out on that vessel and go deep, like where do work that you can't do just by diving. It's just an incredible operation that they have there. And the types of work that they do are related to some of the things that your offices are interested in. So I know last year I spoke a lot with Senator Rubio's office about both the corals and that crisis that started there. Yeah, the coral bleaching crisis, and then also the rice as well crisis that's going on. And these are the folks that are working on those things. And so supporting the Florida Institute of Oceanography, which has operations in the Keys Marine Lab on the corals and
Green more locally.
Right. And they're just doing some incredible work that has direct connections to some of the other issues that are important to you. So I encourage you to learn more. I'm happy to get you connected, show you around. It's something I'm very passionate about. And everyone who knows me knows I could talk about this topic all day. So just an open invitation to have a conversation, meet me out there and see some of the great things that are happening there and why this funding is so important. Same thing with the NOAA Ocean-Based Climate Resilience Accelerator Grant. I have to read it because I always forget what it all stands for. The funding that was received, that grant, that $250,000 that was granted was actually for step one. And so there will be another application so this is for like the planning and design. The next round would be for implementation. And so we'll need some help with that. And that'll be coming up, but they're making some really good progress on that right now. So exciting stuff happening there. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gabbard.
Thank you. And I will be brief. I just first wanted to say, Jameson, thank you so much on behalf of the residents of Riviera Bay. I think that we've, kind of shared, but I just want to make sure everyone is aware that on July 20th, the president and the vice president of Riviera Bay Neighborhood Association requested they started out just asking the mayor to come. They wanted him to come and tour homes that were in the middle of repair, talk about Riviera Bay specific issues. That kind of morphed into a multi-jurisdictional, bipartisan group, and Congresswoman Castor and you were there along with a couple of other staff members. And just having that opportunity for our residents to speak with their federal and their state delegation, along with myself and the mayor, in their front yards, backyards, in their homes, seeing what they're going through was incredibly powerful. And the residents felt so seen, heard, and understood, to the point of there was a conversation around an SBA loan. And that was on a Saturday. And on Monday, your office and Congresswoman Castor were reaching back out to that resident to give a response. And so I just wanted to thank you, because that is what good government looks like when it comes to the people and it is responsive in real time. And so I know that she understands the issues. She cares deeply about the issues. And so please send back to her, because I haven't had an opportunity to see her since, my heartfelt thanks and the thanks of the residents, because it really makes a difference in everything that is happening. People are devastated whenever they have these losses, and they feel so helpless, but to know that they're not alone makes all the difference. So I really want to thank you and thank her. So please share that with her whenever you get back to the office. My last thing is that just kind of for everyone, we had talked about this with infrastructure funding, Reduction Act, all of those very large bills and all of that very large sum of money that quite rightfully has come to the region, but maybe hasn't made its way so much to St. Petersburg. So I kind of wanted just to put a little bit of an emphasis around that. Yes, we're very grateful when those dollars come to a region, especially from my point of view as a member of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. It's very important that the region is getting those dollars. But we are doing a really great job of building up our grants team, working with our lobbyists, making sure that we are really putting our best foot forward on those dollars. And quite frankly, Tampa's been getting a large sum of it, right? And so we want to make sure that we are not forgotten when it comes to those sort of funding pieces and any future funding that may come down as well. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that and just ask, on behalf of the residents that we all serve, don't forget St. Pete. The region is great, but St. Petersburg really, in some of these ways, is on the cutting edge of being able to take care of the issues that this funding addresses. And so we need your support. The residents of St. Petersburg that your representatives represent, they need your support. So really just wanted to highlight that for us today as kind of my last comments, and then thank all of you and the representatives and the senator for the work that they do on behalf of our residents. Thank you all so much for being here.
Madam Chair, do you mind if I?
No, absolutely. Go right ahead.
And to your point of Tampa Bay getting a lot of the funding, and I think that's one big thing that the Congresswoman has made a point. I think Doyle and David can talk about it. Our team have had extensive conversations with we know we have a lot of funding over here in Tampa. Let's push it down to St. Pete. Yeah. So that's a big thing that we've talked about with them. I'm always bothering David hey, have you guys applied to this grant? Have you guys done that? Or they're asking us back and forth. So I think we're streamlining that communication between both offices to make sure we'll help them bring some more funding over here from our level as well. So just
Great
make
news.
sure.
Yeah, David.
And just briefly, I want to let all the representatives speak first, but there are a few things that we do from the government affairs side interactions that aren't necessarily bills at high level. And I just want to recognize, particularly because they're on the legislative agenda that we talked about. One of those from Senator Rubio is the expansion or the re-expansion of the child tax credit. This is something we've talked about, poverty reduction in our community, and the child tax credit which is the biggest reduction in child poverty in decades. Mayor Welch sent a letter to Senator Rubio and the delegation highlighting that, and that's something Senator Rubio has indicated he's supportive of, is going to continue working on. I also want to know with Congresswoman Luna's office, their work on mental health for our first responders. And we had the opportunity to meet and discuss that as well. And then I have to call Congresswoman Castor the grants queen. There's not a letter that we have asked for support on these grants, no matter what the turnaround time is, that their office hasn't been responsive on. And both Congresswoman Luna and Congresswoman Castor, when Mayor Welch sent a letter with all the mayors in Pinellas County on these flooding issues, both of their offices provided support of quotes and amplification of that. So we really appreciate some of the smaller things that happen day to day, but they do make a difference in the lives of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And I'm glad, first of all, Vice Chair Gabbard, that you mentioned the region and Tampa and St. Pete. Here's what people forget: we are within the top 5 largest cities in the state. Tampa and St. Pete are within those large 5. So we're right next to each other, and we're pretty much huge cities, compared to the rest of the state. But sometimes, we kind of get forgotten. And I think it's important to remember that, St. Pete is not only a large city, it's growing. Mm-hmm. It's growing by leaps and bounds. And so, and then you put that in context, which is we are the 3rd largest state in terms of population in the United States. So that always kind of, to me, reminds me how much of an impact that we have in our city on these issues that we talk about, whether it's the environment, and seagrass, and making sure the beaches are nourished. We're advocating for a very large city for issues that honestly are throughout the state. These are the same issues that you hear about. So I really appreciate the partnerships that we have. I will also tell you, one of the things that these meetings highlight is we're here for you because we can tell you on the ground what the issues are that are important and how you can help. And they'll probably align with your priorities. And, and you can fight for our residents and for the citizens here to make sure that their needs are met. Whether it is the flooding issues, and going out there when disaster happens. And, it's a good time to remember we are in hurricane season. We are just beginning, really. So, we just had this storm, and there could be another one around the corner. So it's very good to be engaged on these issues as much as we can with the residents, to be proactive in terms of the solutions we have, because as we know, legislation takes a very long time to get through and to make the magic happen. Robert, I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, just as we close, I just wanted to give the evergreen reminder that we were talking about our FY25 CPF requests that are now in and working their way through the appropriations process. This fall is the time for all of us collectively to be focused on FY26. I think as our colleagues in the Congress know, they had like a week window this year when the guidance officially came out to when those requests were due. It should be no surprise to us that that process is going to happen again. It's going to be chaotic again with the new Congress, but it doesn't mean we can't have and as we've done in the past, work collectively, mayor to council, council to mayor, and then collectively with the federal delegation to be well ahead of that process moving into the new Congress in January. But those discussions should be this fall. So look forward to that process kicking off again, and welcome any guidance that's in advance. I know we never have the formal subcommittee guidance until like the end of January, but we know it's going to be there. So that's my reminder.
That's a wonderful contrast, because some things take a very long time, but community funding requests, we can get money quickly.
Plan ahead.
Plan ahead.
So that's a very good contrast to something that could be done quicker and see the results much faster. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions or comments by committee members? Okay. Well, thank you everyone for joining us today. I think this is very important meeting to kind of give the residents and us an update as to what has happened at the federal level and to see ways that we can work together to find more solutions for our citizens. And Robert, thank you for coming from DC to spend time with us, meeting with us one-on-one. Administration, thank you for your hard work and making sure that we are tackling every grant and every source of funding that we can get here that is very much needed. With that said, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I'll talk a little bit about the Vinoy because it back in the day used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built.
Mm-hmm.
And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark, and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good. It must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Al Lang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water and they did and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh. So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy
right?
water, right? So of course it was, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking and they were happy and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped and regular potable water came
Why
through.
are we drinking beer? We should have
the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again. A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year
in
for
St. Pete
us.
when you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
Sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do. So that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not going to look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together, to network. After all, we live here. And so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop.
We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stp.org/ARPA.
District 6 reaches from 22nd Street to the west, Bahama Shores to the south. It goes up to 9th Avenue North and east to Tampa Bay. I'm your council member for District 6, Gina Driscoll. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. The Shine Mural Fest is a big part of this district. Another great event in District 6 is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Lansing to Vinoy Park by the historic Vinoy Hotel. History is rich here with the 22nd Street South District, more commonly known as the Deuces. You can see a mural representing this history at the I-275 underpass. And that's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You see it in our murals, our museums, the galleries and the theaters. But you'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
My name is Lisa Plani and my business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually the boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses, and I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well, and I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way, not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega.
It was a great experience, a little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just got to know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can that you won't.
Like Moneybag Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great
District 7 is located along its north end on 5th Avenue North, all the way down to 54th Avenue South, from as far west as 58th Street to 16th Street South on the east. I'm Brother John Muhammad, your council member for District 7. We're standing in one of my favorite spots in the district, Clam Bayou Preserve. This nature preserve is a great destination for anyone looking to escape the buzz of city life. The park offers walking and biking trails and a launching spot for kayakers and paddleboarders. It's easy to stay active and outdoors around here. District 7 is also home to the Thomas Jet Jackson Rec Center, Genie Hall Pool, and the Child's Park Recreation Center, where you can spot one of our most recognizable landmarks in the district, the Dream Big, Be Big mural. If those destinations weren't enough, we also have the Skyway Trail and the Pinellas Trail, offering car-free mobility throughout the district and connecting to other parts of the city of St. Petersburg. If history and culture is what you seek, then this district is also rich with options. From the Dr. Carter G. Woodson African American Museum, a stroll along the African American Heritage Trail, or a visit to the historic Manhattan Casino. Our local businesses shine in the district. Local shops and good food can be found throughout, including the Deuces Live Main Street and the 16th Street Business District. District 7's locations within St. Pete is also close proximity to just about everything, whether you're looking for access to downtown or the waterfront on the east or the Gulf beaches to the west. There's a lot that I can say about what I love about representing this district, but what it really comes down to is the people who live here, the people who work here, and the rich history of resilience, all due to a community that has overcome barriers to progress time and time again.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Eden Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park, with extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. we do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations. So we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. If they come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression. And that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're going to do this.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway, and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's going to be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this. It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too. I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide, trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time you Central Avenue and 3rd Street, and you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them a story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers. So the torch is just passed on. So we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers, you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven, you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day. And I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today. And I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narrative that come out about the neighborhood.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership. And my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way. They help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
Oh, St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community. And that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, this goes in, this goes in, this goes in, this goes, and you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do. Insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger. And speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were. So,
Well, I can say that when I got here in 2008, because a lot of people don't know that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too. Operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweep operator. My dad did it. I like it. I'm by myself. It's no rush. Get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you got to go and say, oh, you got to get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, we would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it will make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, pond fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in the street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled a dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get the sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today, it got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals. And we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens. So you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of those of the wood frames and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
So, Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, two things. When we still lived in the one-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, Bobby, she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, we must stay in our place. And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooking Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, we'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino. In writing that, Bill Leffinger and myself interviewed dozens of people. And I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Started by Elder Jordan. And, there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 5 dozen of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
St. Pete, it's that time of year. Hurricane season has officially begun from now until November 30th. Now, we all know hurricane preparedness is a part of life here in St. Pete, and the best time to prepare for a hurricane is before there's one approaching. So let's all take the necessary steps together to proactively prepare for this year's season. And here are a few tips. Sign up to receive emergency notifications with Alert Pinellas. Know your evacuation zone. Review Pinellas County's hurricane guide. Avoid the lines and fill your sandbags now. Follow at St. Pete FL and at Mayor Ken Welch on social media. More tips can be found at stpete.org/hurricane. Your safety is always a top priority. When emergencies arise, we need to work together. We are St. Pete.
Hey, go. Go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good. And it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that. So that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was going to fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22 and a half minutes later, landed in Tampa, the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. 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 The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Gonna hand this over to you.
Uh-oh. My communications director didn't tell me about this. Who was the Johnny Carson thing with the cards? Zorak or something?
Yeah, with the head thing on.
I'm agnostic.